Welcome back, everyone. This is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice for Android, and this is gonna be part. Which part is this now? Which part is this supposed to be? I don't know. I need to check. I need to do a quick check. I think it's part 5. Yeah, it's part 5. Okay, this is going to be part 5 of our blind playthrough. Let's continue it's the third case of the game. We're on to the next part of the investigation, I take it. Okay, there was suspend data. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. Okay. Didn't I manually save after this? Yeah, because it's set to be continued. Yeah, well, never mind. That's okay. Well, I don't need to. I'm already there. Yeah, that's where I was. Maybe I should have saved again here, actually. Why is my controller not working now? Okay. Excuse me. There's just something I need to check. That happens sometimes. Oops. And no, still not working? What's going on? Ah, yes, no, it's working. Okay. Weird. Like this. Alright. Yeah. There's something I'd like to check. Hold on a second. No, that's not enough. That's a bit too much. Trying to set something so that my yellow t-shirt does not make me disappear like this. It's a bit weird, but... well, I don't know. It is set sort of correctly already as it is. If I set this to 0, no. Actually, I made the thing go away. Ah! What have I done? Okay, never mind. Unless I change my t-shirt, I guess it's not gonna happen. Well, never mind. It's just gonna have to stay that way. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. It's good they're recapping what happened yesterday, so there's your refresher, I guess. Mr. Wright! Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm really not sitting comfortably at the moment. I really need to find another way to sit. It's not great either, but that'll have to do for now. I'm worried about that too, but right now... I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmati. Yes. This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Hello, Monica. Welcome back. How's it going today? Wait, no. Yeah, no. Indeed, that's not what you're supposed to say. Indeed. Think what you meant to say is... What's crack-a-lackin', homie? Indeed. Yeah, what's crack-a-lackin', homie? It's a crack-a-lackin' well. How about you? Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. You're dead tired? Yeah, I could tell. Any particular reason? Like lack of sleep, I guess. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you in any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. We have an extremely steep hill leading up to where my sister lives, and as it turns out, my electric bike isn't strong enough to get up. With what it costed, I would have expected that it would work at the very least. Or you need to pedal more, I guess. And as I was walking up it started raining. Yeah. I feel ya. You know, I often have to go to work up a steep hill too, without an electric bike. And it often starts raining as I am doing so, it's extremely fast though. Okay. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. Yeah, coming back downhill from work, if I don't have the wind slowing me down from the front, I guess when I'm doing so, I go back home at like 45 kilometers an hour or something. Just about, just enough to not go over the speed limit, so to speak. But I do pedal even though it's downhill, though, because I want to get back home as fast as possible. Once I was up the hill, I just zoomed. Yeah. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. Ugh, I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. So your sacred duty as the royal priestess is to defeat people, not to draw out the truth? I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! It's your interpretation of the vision that's wrong every time. All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. I'm sure you can. Just try harder. Your benevolence. Your benevolence! Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want, I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that the lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Actually, having her around might open us doors to places we might not be able to investigate otherwise. So it might be good to have her around, even if she's unbearable. See your point, barbed head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up, now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Now then. The scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Any ideas? That boy has grown far too close to you. He will require re-education if he persists in befriending lawyers. Re-education? What exactly does that entail? Electric shocks. First, he must meditate upon Lady Kira for 48 hours in the prayer pose. How is that re-education? It sounds more like torture to me. What to do? Barbed head, you have an investigation to conduct, do you not? Get on with it. Yes, but why does she always have to be like this? What, would you have preferred that tour guide boy tag along instead? It would appear I have read your mind most accurately. That smile of hers is downright scary. Well, I guess this is the place we have to investigate first and foremost. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there is something different about the prayer flags today. As the high priest's disciple, acolyte zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this. How? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Emma. It's that detective from your country again. Eep, it's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma, you were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine... Mr. Wright, but it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not! You're talking to a professional here. A professional snacker. Because she seems to be doing more of that than investigative work. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure, the victim is PWAA Zealot. PWAA Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the high priest's murder trial, that's right. Apparently he had been praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Kinky. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. But the victim remains bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Sounds like he might have already been dead before he got stabbed with the knife. Crime photo, Zealots, added to the court record. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite, and the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest. But when did he die? When did you discover the body? I mean, surely it would have been discovered before the trial started then. But then when would Maya have killed him? Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science. I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. Tch, there's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know even Prosecutor Sadmadi holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment the person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I failed to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How is that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. Not even a scream of pain. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. No, wait. I picked the same. Didn't mean to. It's gonna be long. So excited for the trial part, I guess you mean, and what you have to say about it. Yeah, I understood what you meant. When you pick the wrong option and you're forced to go around again. Okay. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbat dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. Hey Mush, welcome back. Warbat dagger added to the court record. How's it going, Mush? With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about the motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Motive. Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. Doing alright? Just chilling a bit before I sleep? Okay. He too was likely a rebel and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way in my eyes that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. So what, do I have to present something? Maya's fingerprints were found on the dagger that was used in the murder. The police are therefore investigating her as their prime suspect. The evidence is irrefutable with no room for argument. I really don't want to treat Maya as a suspect, but based on the evidence and police reports I've received so far, it's not looking good. Not good, more like how could it get any worse? Investigate the second murder, yeah, well. Well, I guess I do have to examine the place. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there is so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult considering the position he was in. What about the flowers? So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Okay. The carpet. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. A rug. They peed on your rug, dude. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. The flags? All be said, these are called prayer flags, and the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. The gate? to think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. I think that might be everything I could investigate in this place. Yeah, that must be it, I think. Ah, wait. One of them is different. No? Think. Ah, yeah. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. It's because it's not. I wonder if it's even a prayer. I almost missed that. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. Yeah, I almost didn't notice that you could inspect it separately from the rest, actually. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sanmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. Everyone is quite dumb if they think that was a prayer. Yeah, it seems more like a message to me. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Any ideas? So, are you ready to give up, Barbed Head? Any more of this and you will cause Lady Inmei to suffer more than she already has. I understand what you mean, but I can't give up that easily. After all, I have to defend Maya in court. Stubborn fool. But you have already been found guilty. If you wish to continue floundering about, I suppose now is your last chance. I'll take every chance I can get. What, have you given up already? Not even close. Still, it does feel like I'm barely treading water over here. Water? Do all the people of your country go for a swim when they are troubled? If so, seek the rivers on the edge of town. There you will find all the water you need. Go ahead, paddle to your heart's content. English idioms go right over your head. Move. Well, I just came from the temple. Do I want to investigate the inner sanctum again? Probably not. Now, if he says that, it means there's nothing new. Okay. There's probably something new here, otherwise they would say. I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. But I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. Birdie, birdie. Wait, what? What the heck was that? Honestly, what sort of grown man jumps at the call of a warbad? What? That roar came from this bird? It is a bird, right? Well, give me a moment. Nena! The warbad has many natural enemies. Therefore, it mimics a lion's roar in order to scare them away. But you did not know that, did you? And you call yourself a lawyer? He didn't know either until he asked Nana. Enough, you lame brain. Have you never seen a yak before, Barbed Head? It looks like that Australian bird. What, a kazoo? No. No, I think I know which one you mean. Hold on. But I don't know the English name for it. An emu? Emu? How do you pronounce that?
Emu.
Emu? Is that the Australian bird? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is the one you meant. Anyway. Only in zoos. Well, in Korean, they play an important part in our daily lives. Therefore, they must be treated with kindness and respect. Moo! Hey, what are you doing? I command you to seize that at once. Wow, that yak is really licking and nuzzling the daylights out of Raifa. Foul beast. The cassowary. Ah, okay. Yeah, now I see what you mean, yeah. Foul beast, you have made a mess of my royal raiment. For that I shall make a leather coat out of you later. What was that about treating them with kindness and respect again? The gate to Temple. And at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Or as I like to call them, Dinosaur Birdie. Was that your stomach? No, that was not me. That was the cry of the warbad. Would you like a Magataman? Enough! I am not hungry. Why can't some people just admit when they're hungry? That wouldn't be very princessy. Why, this Giapam looks positively delicious. I think I shall take this one. Your benevolence, you can't just take things without paying. Shopkeeper, you will receive your payments from this barb-headed foreigner. Thank you, barb-headed foreigner. Peasants paying for princesses. This place is absolutely feudal. Is that it? Is that everything? There really is. Ah! Wait. A manhole. I guess they have a sewer system here in Karain. What am I thinking? Of course they do. That was ignorant of me. Ah. More? More stuff? It's a poster. That's the plumed Punisher, Karain's famous action hero. I guess we're not the only country with superheroes like that. No, well, I think I must have seen everything that there was to be seen. I guess talking to her here. They may be old-fashioned, but they aren't barbarians, Phoenix. Okay, no, there won't be anything new here. High Priest's house. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head! You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Belieb, are you? She lost her beloved husband and now acolyte zealot who was like a son to her. I think there's a new picture right by the TV that wasn't there before, but I'm not sure. Of course I'm not, but since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well, and then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Puree? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't know I can talk about that right now. I don't think I can talk about that right now. What about Maya? She's innocent. Maya, I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband and now Puree. Mrs. Inme, you don't really believe in that Maya is the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith, even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused. That's right. Alright then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Qur'anism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Wait a second. Let me look around a bit. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. The orb in the background, isn't that something that's already come up before? Since Maya is in it. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inme about it. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I prove Maya's smile is the real deal. That other photo right next to it, no, I can't have a look at it because that's a photo of the victim. Well, I guess it retains information about the stuff that I've already examined before. Barbed Head, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Dun-dun-dun. The drums? What a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother after all. The Holy Mother. Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence. How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Qur'anism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that includes the members of the royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. Excuse me. Is there anything else? Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Khurain. And I guess he's kind of the king then. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well, yes, they are very awe-inspiring. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. So let's show her the picture so that we can ask questions about it. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? Okay. That added an extra topic of conversation. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across PWAA collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Khurain. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as a disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. But that's probably the picture, I guess. This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoyed dishes full of gingil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the gingil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? Gingil? Gingil? Don't know how you would pronounce that. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Coincidentally, he was killed during that time frame. And what about the other dude? 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. So later. It's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, PWAA went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after PWAA left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. So Acolyte Zealots went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold, the whole place had iced over. PWAA always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inme, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head! Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. Well, I still have to go to the detention center. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? We haven't been here yet. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. And she's still smiling. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. No more heroes, desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to. He's defending his client no matter what. I was thinking of no more heroes too. Enough, there is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. Well, it's not been that long since I played them myself, when I had both my arms broken and I was off work and back at my parents' for a moment. I took these two games with me so that I could replay them on my Switch. For we have the divination seance. Because I was already planning on playing the third game and streaming the third game in advance. And now I have, not that long ago. But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? Ha 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 ha. No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. How's your arms now? Oh, all better. That's how I'm back to work now. Well, not this week, because I took this week off. I still had plenty of days off that I still had to take before August was over, so there was no choice, actually. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. Raifa truly became a child right there. Very cute. Like I said yesterday, she's only 14, so, well, it still shows, I guess. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Okay. Oh, wait. I wasn't done talking, I guess. In fact, I haven't even started. Zealot's murder. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the ride onward. Oh, right, he suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's blank. Why did she feel sleepy at all? Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kinda cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. We don't even know for sure she's female, I guess, under the disguise. Who could it be if it was female of the people we know? Not the 14-year-old, I suppose. She would have been 12 when she started. Right. Because that started 2 years ago, they said. Around the time that Maya arrived in this country, as a matter of fact. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot? We met several times during the meetings about the rites, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. Super stinky. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Love at first bite. I can imagine she never had a childhood from how she's acting. Yeah, probably. But then I guess with responsibilities being thrust upon her from a very young age, who's to know what the childhood of such people is really like? I mean, we have a monarchy here in Belgium, and when you see the children of the royal family, it's always in like official events, and you don't really know what their scholarship is like and things like that. They're never really seen as regular children, I guess, as they go through their lives. I could almost have met the princess actually this year if I did participate in the annual National Day, what you call that in English, Jubilee, I guess, of the king. But I backed out of it at the last minute, and besides, because of my accident, I couldn't have taken part in the rehearsals, so I wouldn't have been able to go anyway. So it's good that I left my place to one of my colleagues, actually. You know the salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that and then let it simmer for a really long time. It sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Actually, I was planning on doing ramen tomorrow. Might be good. Now I miss ramen too! Ramen. So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Inme's description of events. We have royals too. They seem pretty normal, the children. Well, the crown prince is very down to earth. Yeah, actually, yeah, I guess I had forgotten that Denmark had a monarchy as well. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inme. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Makes sense his kids are down to earth too. Yeah, but it's for the best, though. It's just that I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think here in Belgium anyway, the way the protocol works, the royal family princes are not even allowed to work. They're given missions, like diplomatic missions. They can't even make money from a job that they would have chosen themselves. It's forbidden. It was a point of contention actually, but recently their dotation, as it's called, I suppose here, was reduced. The amount of money that they're allowed to have every year to live and to function, to accomplish their diplomatic jobs, I guess, or roles as a royalty. One of the princes complained that it was not enough and that he was not even allowed to work, so it was not his fault actually. He was born a prince and he was not allowed to work to make more money. So, well, although I think he's still making quite a lot and he lives much better than the average person in the country, but still, well. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? Yeah, actually, it was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky, you know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper? That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right? How did you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Kirain? That's a lot. Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes. Or your favorite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping on my salty ball. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. But first I have to beat the charges. Our royals are usually working when they aren't king and queen. In this case, specifically, it was the king's brother who complained about it. And he is really not allowed to work. So, back home to Japanifornia. Yeah. Where they eat burgers, I guess, and noodles. I almost forgot. It's probably not burgers in the original version of the game, in Japanese, but well. Japanifornia. What is it? El Dune. Such a nice callback, yeah. He's a guy with a bowl for a hat or something, with the hair that looks like noodles coming down out of the bowl, I guess. I have a favor to ask. Well, I remember him from a previous game anyway. That might have been in Apollo Justice, actually. I'm not sure about this one, but I think when I first, the most distant memory I have of him must have been in one of the Nintendo DS games at the very least. She's obsessed with ramen in the Japanese version. Okay. I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding on to it for me? Sure, so what's the super important thing? Apollo Justice? Yep. Okay. In my bag, you'll find the folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Where did you say it was? Where did you say it was? At the High Priest's house. Okay. I think in the future games they actually made it so she also likes burgers, so the localization isn't wrong. Well, as far as I know, this is the last one they made, so... that might already be the case in this one, then I take it. Come eat your burgers, Apollo. Excuse me. Los Angeles, truly the greatest city in the United States of America. I, for one, am proud to live in a country with as rich a history and culture as ours. Something about this seems off. Don't be ridiculous, Apollo. Now come and let's all enjoy a traditional American meal around the traditional American kotatsu. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Well, you know, this is something that's quite common. Well, at least it was when I was little and anime were being localized for us here in French-speaking countries. Stuff would often be replaced, but mostly for censorship purposes. Like, you would see them holding a beer and they would say it's lemonade, and glasses of sake would be orange juice or something like that. I don't know, it's just silly, but well. Localized and censored at the same time, because they were trying to localize stuff for adults and air it on TV for kids. Jelly-filled donuts, yeah. That comic, I remember that one, yeah. The Pokemon one. Jelly-filled donuts. Anyway. Talk. I guess I'm done with talking to her. Right. High Priest's house. Jelly-filled donuts are my favorite. High Priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? Now that reminds me of Back to the Future. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Inme is probably out right now. Brock loves jelly-filled donuts. I'll just get what I came for. I am watching you like a warbad, barbed head. You had better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you'd stop interrupting me. It's in the bag? Is it in the bag? Here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai, is the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I like that it's been the same music since the very first game. I see. It looks strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher. They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. But I can't tell her that, though. I see. How interesting. Raifa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about training with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Add it to the court record. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. I don't know how it is in the Japanese version, though. Are they actually in America? I suppose not. Or at least there are even places that don't look that very much look like Japan and not like America, where they say they're in America. So. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it. Put it away quickly before we go blind. Relax, my aunt just slipped. This is the Tomb of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some questions? I actually like that in the Great Ace Attorney, as far as I know, they don't try to place the action anywhere else than where it was in the original Japanese version of the game. So it's the localization issue that they just kind of went with. Yeah, just the same way that most of the puns for the characters' names are replaced entirely. What's his name again? Ryuichi Naruhodo? Phoenix Wright. I guess he's right. That's kind of the pun, I suppose, in English. And Naruhodo, well, it means what it means in Japanese, but that's also his name. I mean, it's the kind of thing that he would often say, like, Naruhodo, and then it's also his name. Yeah, that's the pun, I suppose. And I guess Miles Edgeworth, the word edge, but his name is Mitsurugi, which is like a word for a sword, I think, or something like that, or maybe the blade of a sword, Mitsurugi. I'm not quite sure what the word means anymore, but it's kind of like that. They tried to localize the puns as well, instead of just leaving the names the way they were, because we wouldn't get the puns, I suppose, it being Japanese, unless you know at least a little bit about the language. You wouldn't get the puns, I suppose. But even in English now, I don't always get them, so... Especially in this one, because they use a lot of Indian words for some reason. Your benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? Or Sanskrit words, is what I should say. Tomb of Secrets. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? I think the localization is fine for the most part. Yeah, I suppose it is. It's a bit regrettable that they place the action elsewhere, but then it also wouldn't make sense for people with American names to be lawyers in Japan, know what I mean? So, they had to draw the line somewhere, I guess. If you insist, Nana. What of this folding book? And the whole America thing just makes it funnier? Yeah, I suppose so. When you understand the ins and out of it, that kind of makes it funny, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important. What's written inside? What's written inside? Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name. Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Koreanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. Channeling? The queen has a secret art? It's the art of channeling dead people's spirits, isn't it? Maya alluded to it and saying that normally it's something that only the royal family of Korean can do, but somehow the Fae family can also do it. But this is something that they'd rather not bring up so as to not create like a diplomatic incident or something like that, I suppose. It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. No, but she already alluded to it, so... In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. Yeah. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Go ahead. Tell me about it then. Could you tell me about this secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry, maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling, but I suppose those words are meaningless to you. The Fae clan is actually pretty interesting. I think, yeah, another thing they said is that may make them distant relatives to the royal family of Korean. So, like, distant cousins, I guess. So, that may be something they may not want to bring up. Because that may cause succession disputes, maybe, or something like that. I don't know. I don't quite know. I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. I might just read up upon it again. I vaguely remember something. Well, if you do, don't tell me, obviously. I know you're not gonna spoil anything, but just saying. Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed, a spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. You can channel all the spirits all you want, but Mia is still dead. Yeah. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed, and that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own land? Gasp in pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. What about yours? Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am, but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability, so her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Damn, this game gets deep with the politics. Don't be ridiculous, your benevolence. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. This is what my mother taught me when I was little, so the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Yeah. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. Oops, didn't mean to press that. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Khurain. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Well, what now? Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true, it doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace, of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Khurain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? Who are they talking about? Me? Albie? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? Escaped prisoner, you mean that guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! Puff, puff. How am I aching back? I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, 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 I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Mr. Wright. Hey, Helby. That's a rebel. Have you seen his... Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. A rebel could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? That manhole? That's not... That manhole cover is not on the manhole anymore, so... Down there? Or should I talk to him? I mean, I already know where to look, but... Have you noticed anything around here? I haven't seen the escaped prisoner, but I did notice how slow you run, sir. It's just a high elevation. I'm out of breath before I know it. The police said the escaped prisoner vanished right around here. There aren't any really good hiding places, so where could he have gone? Maybe he melted into the crowd. Should be careful, your benevolence. You need not tell me that. I am not a child after all. Okay, okay. Right here. That manhole cover. It's open. Wow! What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Rebel if he had something with the Rebel scent on it? I don't know. He's not Missile. Or Missile. Missile. The dog. Dick Gumshoe's dog. I feel like I got something with Mr. Rebel scent on it. Internet is so bad. I'm sorry, Monica. Something he might have touched. It's something I have. Oh, do I still have that? No, I don't have it anymore. The parachute. The note. Do I still have it? That might not be it. That looks like it's about to be a generic answer. Is this some sort of new tourist souvenir? Sorry, but no. Oh, sorry to be such a disappointment. That's not it then. Or this? Is that a message from the escaped prisoner? Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence. I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait, don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. It was cutting in and out as I was reading up on the Fae clan. Ah, okay. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such length in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent, but how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Ruff, ruff. Be careful. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham. Arrgh. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Are you willing to bet that the scroll, the Tome of Secrets, has been stolen? What happened? I went down into the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I'd remember that face anywhere. From the wanted poster, yeah. He shaved. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Yikes! Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. No more puppy, man. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Phew, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? Yeah, this talk about food makes me want to eat something. This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Excuse me. Eating the whole damn apple in one go, yeah. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Well, I thought he was against the way that... Ooh, ice cream! Yeah, caramel ice cream. Got these at Lidl. Once again, that was a good deal, actually. I'm getting Shantae vibes from this music. Actually, yeah. Yep, just like you. Karine's public enemy number one is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today but to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice and slip out of Karine. Wait a second! You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. That face. That really makes him look a lot less dangerous all of a sudden. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest, Tarast and me, and his acolyte, PWAA Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Okay. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Huh, well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. That was not a lie. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing. I was afraid that seemed suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. Dirk the attorney. So Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You got to be kidding me! But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. I probably have to examine the place. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right, and that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Dirk's law book added to the court record. Okay. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Okay, need to look for more stuff. What's that? There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Har 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 har. Guys as big and strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know. But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Alright, sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? That reminds me of many previous Phoenix Wright characters. Like, what was the name of that one that kept chugging down coffee? The one wearing a cowboy outfit or something. Like, you would get cups of coffee again and again and again. And then, there was another one who kept breaking the same thing over and over. What was it? Well, was it the coffee mug guy who kept breaking his mug? And then he'd have a new one 5 minutes later. I can't remember now. It's been a while. Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards too. Endless pockets? There might have been that too. Thanks, but I already ate. Fridge. You guys get electricity? They steal it, probably. Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. The stink. Yeah. The only person I can think of with coffee is Godot. That might be it, yeah. Yeah, that's the blind guy, Godot, isn't it? He's the blind guy with the mask, I think, right? But there was a cowboy, too. But I can't remember what he did. It's been too long, I can't recall now. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here is one that looks really old. Apollo Justice? Wait a minute. And this is Nayuta? Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons? Huh? What? Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And Nayuta doesn't look anything like him either. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. Yikes! The one on the left is Yuti. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmati. Prosecutor Sadmati is Dirk's son! That he is. Yuti was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man. Both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuti decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karain's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuti was taking up the mantle to carry on that will, too. We were sure it'd help overthrow Garen one day, but... He's not blind, he wears the mask over his eyes after he was hurt badly. Yeah, that might have been it. It's been too long, I can't remember the finer details. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. And the other one, Apollo Justice. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son. Adopted son. But he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. Here we go. The story of Nayuta and Apollo. They grew up together then. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. It doesn't do Apollo justice. Okay, yeah, thanks for the pun, Phoenix. How they knew each other, yeah. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Okay. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Rebel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no. It's just a traditional thing here in Karain. Pay it no mind. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? To bring back the justice system to what it was before, a normal system? That's heresy, I guess, in this country. And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Ah, I get to ask the question? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by dirt. You should have tried hightailing it out of Karain like I'm doing. Ah, locks. Psyche locks. Mr. Rebel is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? I'm not hiding anything, no way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Do I have to use it now, or should I go back out? But I can't even move elsewhere, so I guess I already have all the evidence on hand to do that.
Take that!
Take that! That's his plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer is still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. Should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garen regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. What, this?
Take that!
It says in the room. Try looking deep into your heart. No, that's not it. Let me try again. I told you I couldn't care less about the High Priest, really. Because I'm pretty sure I have something that points to his grief. What is it? Or should I... Is that something in the room that I don't have? It's something in the room that I have to point out, but what? Are the flowers? Ah, yeah, they're the same flowers. Ah, okay. Okay. I have it then. It's the Makatama I have to use.
Take that!
Okay, we're getting there. The flower.
Take that!
Yeah. I hadn't really noticed that they were in the room in the first place. I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Karain. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho! Those flowers don't mean anything, it's just Karaini's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that your mourning is death? You're reading into this too much, I told ya. I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. What, the book? This time.
Take that!
No, that's not it. Cat got your tongue? No, it's just I was shocked at how off target you are. Yeah, okay. The food? Must have gotten in contact with the other rebels somehow. No, I know you're still involved with them. But I don't have the food and the evidence I can present, so... Or what, that? Bring grub. Yeah, okay, no, that's the one. That's what he means by food. Found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. Hoo ha ha. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Nar! In past games, well, especially in the game where this mechanic has been introduced, you would actually need to go complete your investigation elsewhere and come back with the pieces of evidence to break the locks. But in these more recent games, I guess you already have everything in your possession to do it, I guess. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man, I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. He's eating lizards. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. Wasn't that in Spirited Away? I think it's a snack that they give one of the frogs working at the public bath or something like that. Fried lizard on a stick or something like that. That reminds me of that. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying, I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside of you. What? I could try the book again, I guess, but...
Take that!
Okay, that's it. Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. That? I mean, if it's not that, what it is? What is it?
Take that!
You believe in lawyers. When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon within you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? That's what he's doing. No, I wouldn't. No. No, because I wouldn't be much use to my client's dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you too. Okay. I had plans to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's roof. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. No, I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Golden orb added to the court record. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother-in-arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Lady Kira. Excuse me. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lick spittle working for the Garan regime. Wow. Excuse me. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Grand regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Arr, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. The goal of the revolution. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Or so they say. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling ya. He was? Plus Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought the lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of this divination seance changing. The insights became the only truth and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. I remember you spoke of someone who broke something over and over. It's Robin Newman, the guy who was actually a girl. But what did he keep breaking repeatedly? Glasses? I can't remember what it was now. Was it a pair of glasses, perhaps? I seem to recall now someone who kept breaking glasses or something. A vase? But no. Yeah, I was thinking about the prosecutor myself, not a witness. But I remember this one though. Yeah, I remember the one breaking the vases over and over. Yeah, there were supposed to be two people being in love with the same female character or something, like they were in competition. That might have been in Dual Destinies, actually, that one. No, I seem to recall that one in one of the latest games I streamed in the series. I think that was not that long ago. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial. Yeah, maybe. Ah, gee, who was it? Injustice for All? Is that Bird? Wait. No. No, that's not it. No, that was no. That was a piece of evidence in a case. I'm not gonna find it. Just using keywords and Google. Or there was a witness who kept breaking glasses, I think. That might have been. Is it her? Adrian Andrews? That might be Adrian Andrews I have in mind. Glasses as in no, a pair of glasses worn on the face. Yeah. But I think it's Adrian Andrews I had in mind. But anyway. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial and your last rites. I think whenever you prove something wrong in what she says, she loses her glasses or they get broken or something like that, and then she pulls out another pair of glasses or something. I think that might have been her, but I'm not 100% sure. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. Okay. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there is only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going, PW. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel! You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See ya when I see ya. Alley-oop? Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Isn't it about time we went back to court? It was Adrian Andrews? Yeah, I think so. Korean Bazaar. Look at 1 minute in. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off the sound of YouTube. Yeah, because I remember when I was streaming it, I was counting the pairs of glasses that she broke or something for fun. Yeah, but it was her. Yeah, that's what I had in mind. With someone repeatedly breaking the same thing and putting out another pair or something. Phew, I finally got out of there. But then I think Godot breaks his mug of coffee as well multiple times. Same way. Mr. Wright, I am so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry it wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. His house, the Plaza of Devotion, the Inner Sanctum. Could it be? Barbed head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Oh, yes, you cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue. It's written all over your face. Examine. What is one thing that I have not examined yet here? I can't find anything. What if... What if I show her the Dragon Ball? That orb has a mesmerizing cord. I must take a closer look at it. He doesn't break the coffee up, he throws it at Phoenix. Ah, okay. Because I thought sometimes he would press the mug in it. When he would get angry, he would press the mug in his hand and break it. For some reason. Why is it that I have that memory then? A minute of Godot throwing and breaking coffee cups. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. And, well, he's just not throwing them, I guess. Does he break them too? I don't know. Okay. Some people have way too much time on their hands, and, there's a... Wait a minute. Sprite Gallery? No, that's him steaming. That's him receiving a cup. Nah, I can't find one where he breaks it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me misremembering then. Like a Mandela effect or something. And then a new cup just slides on down to him. Yeah, I guess it's kind of the same idea, though. That's why I have it confused. Mr. A Rebel entrusted me with this, so maybe I shouldn't let even Princess Raifa handle it. Your benevolence. Wouldn't you be defiled by touching an object that has been in the hands of a lawyer? I suppose so. You do know that there are no such things as lawyer cooties, right? I thought you might point me in the right direction as to where I'm supposed to put it, but... oops. No, don't present it. I don't think examining it any further will yield anything. It simply doesn't seem to be here. Okay. Let's move to someplace else then. But there's not the telltale, like, title card when entering the area, so... I don't suppose it's here either. I've already searched here, but it never hurts to take a... Nah, that's probably not it then. Let's look elsewhere. The plaza. What does break is his visor, or what it is that starts smoking and then gets magically fixed? Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, indeed. I seem to recall something like that. It's not here. So, it's not in the bazaar. It's not in the Plaza of Devotion. Temple? I'm not the Quranist, but maybe if I prayed with all my might, the Holy Mother will help me? Who am I kidding? I have to figure out how to solve this case myself. I look a little haggard in my reflection. It's like the water is showing me how I feel on the inside. I love the little take-backs of the old prosecutors. I have to stay strong, especially for Maya. I can hear the monks' prayers all the way over here. Maybe the Holy Mother would answer mine if I slipped it in with theirs. Here goes. Please let me save Maya Fey. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Then again, it doesn't say that I have already examined everything, so... Is there something I haven't seen? The mountain? Not the building itself? Edgeworth, clutching his papers, holding onto the table for dear life as he is contemplating how we will murder the person currently on the stand. Let's move. Then it must be the inner sanctum then. It's just that I can't find what I'm supposed to do with this orb. The lanterns? No. No, that doesn't seem to be it. I thought about these things all around it, but... Ah, but wait, I can look at it from a different angle, silly. The eye of the statue? It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Yeah, because it was mentioned before that it was missing an eye. I got it. Okay. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder.
Take that!
I knew it. Whoa. She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Raifa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this! Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything, or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course, now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a war bat from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. What if it's a super long tunnel and then he's just so far away that you can't look? Okay, move. May 11. Secret hideout. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that Warbat revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred place. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a desecration upon Koreanism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Refa is really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now, to search every crook and granny. Barbed head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. Yeah. I heard you the first time, sheesh. Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred place? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. The conflict is raging inside her head. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Record something. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira used the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. There's blood by it, though. I already looked at that. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. Franziska holding her whip close to her body like she's afraid someone will steal it. Von Karma holding his old wound or banging his head against the wall. Just classic goodness. Bam, bam, bam. Von Karma. What's that earthy grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss is about halfway up. Some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Blood. What's this, a blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. Luminol? I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminals glow. Then I just tap wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Psst, psst. It doesn't seem to work because there's blood here and it is not reacting. What, does it have to be super accurate, or what? Why is it not working on that one down there? The chain, the clock, poster, the map, the water, the arrows, the shovel, the axe, the pitchfork. But it's not working on anything. Damn it, it's not working on anything. Nothing is happening. Ah. Okay. All of a sudden, it appears. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the war-bat statue? Well, it looks like it might be just where the wall panel rotates. There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Looks like it was dragged. Oh right, liminal reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the war-bat revolving door passed over it? And so that means that it happened after the blood had been put there, then. That the door revolved. Okay. There's a Plumed Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. The clock. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plumed Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... It's the Plumed Punisher theme song. I remembered wrong. Edgeworth doesn't clutch papers in his hand, but he does hold on to the desk for dear life with that special Edgeworth death glare, yeah. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who used this room must be Plumed Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. The map back there, yeah. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception, now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother. What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the riot, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago, Dirk. 23 years ago, you must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Move. Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How did it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why did you not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor said Maddie has need of me? What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for PWAA Zealot. She really is brainwashed. Yeah. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. Yeah, like some kids being racist just because their parents brainwashed them into thinking that a certain subsection of the human race is bad or something. I don't know. It's the same kind of idiotic preconceived ideas that kids can have, I suppose. Not entirely their fault, but how they were raised, I suppose. Third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the riot with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. The younger the child, the more you have to watch what you say and do. Since they are still learning, they will suck up anything they say they see like a sponge. Yep. True. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Kirain. None of that sounds very helpful. But I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albeit that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum. That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideouts could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Refa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks, I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Refa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. I guess we're done with the investigation part now. To be continued, okay. Save game. I hope I can finish the case today. Ideally. If I have to press to play a little later than usual, I will. Onwards to the trial. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. Can't wait! I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter, I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know, that's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, barbed head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Refa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Heh, guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. May 12, High Court of Khura'in. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmadi? I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten, I guess, this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Praise Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sanmati, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Quranism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then, what terrible fate awaits her? The terrible hell of Balgilpokon, hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulmoten. That's not very descriptive. Furthermore, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, PWAA Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. The Warbat dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it! Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. I disagree. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Yeah, just like yesterday. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sanmati? It is about the divination seance. He doesn't want it? Your benevolence? Stop right there, Prosecutor Sanmati. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? Barbed head. For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. Are you willing to bet there's going to be an even more glaring inconsistency in it? I'm ready and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rayfa's insights. Very well, the divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Naina. Here we go again. Here I go again on my own.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Okay, I'll let her do her thing. I'll go get coffee in the meantime. There, I came back just in time. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I guess he was in prayer when he was killed. And he was just staring down at the ground. What else is... What would there be to see or feel, I guess, or hear? I don't know. Or smell, for that matter. I don't know. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail, unless that's not his real identity. She's not calling the right name, so there's no response. I don't know, just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it... Excuse me. I must go perform a divination seance for PWAA zealots. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. Hey Jeff, good evening, wonderful people. How's it going? However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. Ichi knows I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without the divination seance. Ha 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 ha. You never fail to impress, Prosecutor said Maddie. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Obi-Wan Kenobi! Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crimes. No, it is for shedding light on the truth. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments with the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, I will not forget this, barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well, if the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. No eating in the sacred hall of justice. But it's snackoos! Is that some delicious tea or some delicious coffee? That would be coffee. Yes. Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was PWAA Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? You're just waiting for the time you can throw your nephew to bed? Oh, Monica, is that something you should say about your nephew? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? Excuse me, I have to close this right here. Okay, what is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealots, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? It might not be the right name, that's why I said already. It's just a hunch. Wait a second, during my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Time to press for some more information. The victim's true identity might have to be determined still. Okay, excuse me, I have to use the touchscreen in this case. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. Are we sure it's the right body? Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Well, no, we also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. It's a fake name. Well, it does sound suspiciously made up. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess used a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Uses, yeah. Why, yes. That is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Karain. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Chinese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Maybe he knew all about it and was covering for him. Yeah, add it to the testimony. That is an important fact indeed. Add it to the testimony, yeah. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense, but if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. Now, he was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. He has a peach-shaped tattoo on the nape of his neck. What does that mean?
Objection!
Can we determine who he is based on the tattoo? Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Chinese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was a Chinese. The tattoo proves that he is Chinese? Where? I don't see anything that would prove that.
Take that!
Okay, yeah. Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korean. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Stop talking about food, Nick! Fish to fry? Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. What is it then? It is not a peach, you say. Then what is it? Take a closer look. Ah, yes. Actually, I didn't think of that. Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my. Wow, what? This mark is only borne by members of the Koreanist clergy. So that's what you believe it to be, but are they not utterly different shapes? Surely they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark old Koreanist clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20 some odd years ago. Everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. Real name? His name is Real Name. He became a monk 20 years ago. Then that must be the victim's real name. No kidding. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. He was a rebel? Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. Heh. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Oh, she's gonna dance again. I am never gonna dance again. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess, because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Here we go again. How many times must these prosecutors get owned before they learn some humbleness? Yeah, makes you wonder, indeed. King Gil. That's the herb, right? Plume to punish your theme. Heavy pain. And that's it. Not much else. Oh my, it is just as Mr. Wright surmised. PWAA Zealot was in the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. He seemed terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? A most surprising surprise attack. So, tell us, Prosecutor Sadmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plume to Punish Your theme song that the deceased heard. Deceased. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plume to Punisher strap. When you press the Magatama on the Plume to Punisher's belt. Ah! No! It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. Yeah, sure. She's that clumsy. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You'd better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Couldn't... Shut up! Maya, no! Don't tell them that. Dang it! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections. Objection! Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. I will. I always do. Raifa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. Like this. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plumed punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Wah 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 wah. Something about the time. Yeah, that was in the evidence I noted earlier. Something about what time the Gingil is eaten and the time of the murder. It was after. Wait. The Feast of Blessing. Yeah, something about that. The family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with gingil. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. And since he was apparently murdered after that... May 10, 4 a.m., 5 a.m. But it's p.m. The smell of gingil. Well, besides, it couldn't have been smelled at night, I guess.
Objection!
If I have to present something, I can present Believe in Me's statement. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says gingil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any gingil on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. Yeah, the statement. I was just looking at it. No, not this one.
Take that!
The high priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. How did the... but I guess it was cold, so that might have affected the estimated time of death in the autopsy report. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right, I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. The fact that you have only sort of heard of it before is kind of worrying, Your Honor. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite, but nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The afternoon of the day before the rite, though a bit dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was visible. The blade struck true, etc., etc. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. No, go back. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Go back. No! Like this. Sight. Do we have a photo that I can compare this to? Not this one. This one? What about it? The pattern is correct? By the looks of it? It's not just a bit dark, I guess. It is visible.
Objection!
It is visible, though. It's not really dark, is it? The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Oh, you are making that irritating face again. Seize that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what is important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There is nothing to see. The ground of the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. Wait. I forget.
Take that!
No. Oh, that's it? I wanted to have a look at it before showing it, but I wasn't sure if if it was going to be the right one. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the riot. Yeah, that's the reason. My assumption was wrong, but I was on the right track all the same. Luckily, the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion, it was that thing. I suspected that it might have something to do with it until now, but it's this. Right here. He was in there, and it's the clock here that he heard. It's not the keychain or whatever it is that Maya has. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless. About that, I hadn't gotten to that part yet, but I have it. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, barbed head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now where have I seen something green and shaggy? Let me show it. This shows where the victim was killed.
Take that!
The rebel hideout. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. It was on the floor. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. Oh, I even have to point it out.
Take that!
That right here. The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. That does agree with the Seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. There's blood, and there is the clock. That's two things. I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the result of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, your Majesty. This may warrant a recess. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to PWAA Zealot, just like defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. What is that even supposed to mean? His chamber, huh? There I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. Is that a metaphor for something else? I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. No, then maybe he really means a sermon then. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it, it's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we have yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be, Nayuta is too pure for anything like that. Yeah, I suppose you may be right. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Although I wouldn't mind listening to his sermons for hours. Really, Monica? Is that so? Tomb of Secrets. I like his voice and his face. Okay. Understood. Namanda flower. Brand new flag. A brand new prayer flag found at the Plaza of Devotion has some writing on it. I'm not sure. What am I supposed to present here? I'm gonna save because that might take a few tries. Holy hell, it was so calm a second ago and now it's raining like crazy. It was raining like crazy here just a few minutes ago too. After it had been calm all day, as a matter of fact. There was even sunshine this morning. But this Thursday, though, apparently we're supposed to get, like, bright sunshine outside. Here, anyway. I might actually have to go out for a little excursion on Thursday. Ah! My controller. Wait a second. No, I think I know what that is.
Take that!
Do you truly believe that could affect the estimated time of death? And why not? But I want to show Let us test this idea on your body. Pass. Yeah, okay. Yikes. I wanted to show the clock in the picture. For crying out loud. But no, maybe I have to show the strap first. Because they wanted us to think... wait a second.
Take that!
No, that's not it. Because that's a generic answer again. Yikes! Dang it! I really have to look at every piece of evidence one by one. The statement? No. It's not it. Not that either. It's been overcast all day and very windy, pretty close to a small storm, but no rain until I woke up the hill. Then calm, but now just rain. And when you're on a bike, the winds can work both ways. It can work against you going uphill, or it can help you getting uphill. More often than not, in my case, it goes against me. Sadly. What, the dagger?
Take that!
No, that's not it. Okay. Let's go back again. What is it? I don't know. But I already showed that. And that was not it.
Take that!
The weather? Oh, for crying out loud. Or what, do I have to play it and then present it? That would be kind of bullshit if that's the case. No, if you back out, it get cancelled. No, I don't want to overwrite it. God damn it, I don't know what it is. What could it be? How the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. This points to... don't know, details? Wait a second.
Take that!
But that's not it, he already said, yeah. I'm not gonna keep showing everything like at random, but I can't make sense of this. At the inner sanctum. Something to do with the inner sanctum then. What, this? The shoveled out area?
Take that!
Ah, okay. I only had to look at the discussion, I guess, to point me in the right direction. Okay. Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. Ah, yeah, okay. They use the snow. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. That's enough. The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? her prince would be on the dagger since she had to use it in the ceremony, so she would have to hold it at some point. What does that prove? You have failed to address those two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. The theme! That's what I was getting at earlier, actually. What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The plumed Punisher theme. Uh-huh. Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap, is this true? Yeah, it's the clock.
Take that!
This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. That's enough! What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
Objection! What proof do you have that it was my client's trap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Okay, she's gonna revise it again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be a... Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. The music here kind of reminds me of Zero Escape. A little bit. I don't suppose it would be the same composer, right? Actually. That makes me want to look it up. Hold on. Spirit of Justice composer. It is! I think it is. Noriyuki Iwadare. I think it might be the same guy. No? I know it's Shinji Hosoe. Ah, yeah, no, that's not the same dude. Okay, my mistake. They are different people. It was the afternoon of the day before the riot. Is that it? It was heavy. No, go back. Uh-huh. Yeah, how was it heavy if he was standing up?
Objection!
Yeah, that's the one. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Especially with the accused. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Eep! Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... the falling stone slab? Is that it? The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Well, I almost knocked it over myself when in the hideout, so... Right. And that would explain, yeah, if he fell backwards with the thing on top of him, that would explain where the blood was, actually. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh, yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel... Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, I don't know. I would have said one of the shovels in the hideout, but... The dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. The arrow, maybe? Could it be the arrow? I don't know. Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger? Or what, the beak of the statue? Ah, if the rotating panel was rotated with the statue facing inside the hideout, with the slab, he would have fallen backwards, and then his head might have hit on the beak of the statue, or something related to the statue anyway. This shows what really killed the victim. Which one am I supposed to show? The diagram? I'm not sure which piece of evidence I'm supposed to show to explain what I mean. Let's save perhaps before I attempt anything. Or maybe the photo of the other murder. I don't know. I'll try the diagram first.
Take that!
The inner sanctum's diagram. You believe the murder weapon is somewhere in the sanctum? Oh, okay. No, they're letting me point it out. Okay. The statue itself?
Take that!
But that is the Warbat statue? Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool, the statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? It's a rotating panel. Haven't you heard the Warbat statue also functions as the hideout's door? What do you mean? It revolves on itself. The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door. Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling down toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him. This cannot be! That's enough! But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Gah! This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Analyze the blood that's on it. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealots really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Yeah, but she's still found guilty of the first one, though. You're not out of the woods yet. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. Know your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time. Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. Rafa! Do we feel bad about her actually now? Or not? But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him. To make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such length? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder. In this case, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I guess it's what makes the most sense. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. It's hard to understand you're in the wrong when no one has ever gone against her and her versions. Yeah, I suppose so. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Satara. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Her visions, yeah, okay. Her visions. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. I hate his guts. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed a stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. to the rebel hideout in my life. She's as good, though. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadmati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move a Clyde zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Korean? Don't you see that that's the problem? But I must admit I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about their secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum. And who was suspected of being a rebel is... the victim of the other murder? The monk? Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hole? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pure Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Take that!
Terrorist in me. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. Sotsura! He would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. They could, if you channeled their dead spirit. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What, do I have something on my face? Wait a second, could this actually work? Oh no! Don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... channeling. Here it comes. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garen can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karayan. You're dead if you don't say it, so don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Karayan. She'd rather be alive, I think. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Karayan. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even Her Benevolence Princess Raifa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess isn't capable of such a feat. Peace! Peace, I say! Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now your majesty would like your permission to begin. Ha! Your Benevolence. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First you make a mockery of the divination seance and now spirit channeling? Her Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred rite. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices, barbed head. Spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Yeah, this trial part is much longer than I thought. Save game. Bim, bim. Okay. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be off for a minute. I'll be right back, so excuse me. Okay, I'm back. Well, even here it's raining hard outside. Okay. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Teach them a lesson! Humble them. Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Actually, I can feel the wind from outside. Because it's a bit stormy, I guess. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. Oh, she's gonna do well, I think. Otherwise, we're screwed. And then the game is over. And we know it's not over after this case, so... So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick, you can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so... I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Oh yeah, it's unforgettable, alright. High Court of Khurain. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them! Put them to death right now! Come on, Maya, I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Khurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khurain. Khurain? I don't know if it's pronounced different. A village of spirit mediums back home. But first I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte is it pronounced neophyte, actually? Practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. But I already looked it up, actually. Yeah, neophyte. Yeah, I already looked it up, actually. Yeah, why am I even looking it up? A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well, if you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. I mean, why would she be so confident if she couldn't do it? Oh, spirit of Tarist in me slumbering in the Twilight Realm, return now to the world of the living. I understand the unforgettable part now. It's gonna be hard to unsee. What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Polkunka! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirit. It gets worse? Oh my! It gets worse? Go, Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. It gets worse. How can it be worse? I must step out now before I forget myself. It's already pretty unsightly as it is. I can tell you're enjoying this, Monica. I can tell. Abbott in me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbott in me. I so am. I'm glad you're enjoying this. My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you two shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes, if you would excuse me. And when she turns back to normal, then there, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept this top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the whole of justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? It's so freaking weird, I can't! I have been accused of... Ah! What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? It's not your body, don't do anything you like with it. I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. Okay, that's the line I skipped. Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Pure Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the Purification Rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? How does that work? That looks painful. That looks atrociously painful. Stop. Even her feet are bigger now that she has channeled him. Yeah. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. She's gonna be sword tomorrow. Yeah. Poor Maya. Oh my, have my rebel allegiance has been exposed. Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kurainism, join the rebellion? The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abbott in me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of a Lady Kira in the right. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember? The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as prosecutor said, Maddie concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know naught about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot in me, your testimony if you please. Yes, of course. And I'm starting to feel hungry again. Witness testimony. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon, that's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about the spirit's memory. Spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death, so even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? What about the picture we have of the feast of something something? I have an alibi. But the victim was at the feast, so is there something we have that might prove that wrong? No, not this one. That would be May 8th. Yeah, I don't suppose that would be it. Also, the eye of the statue to get inside the hideout is right there. That might be important at some point. The orb. At noon on the day before the riot and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day? The statement, then? The Feast of Blessings is the meal the day before, and it's at noon. Yeah, but we have a picture of it, so we already know who that is. It's either the statement or the photo, I think.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Otherwise, the music would have stopped. No! Ah! No.
Objection!
No? Or maybe it's on the statement about the guests. No, it's on the statement about the guests, maybe. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with it. Or maybe it is the statement. On the third,
Objection!
No, that's not it. The statement, then. If that's not it, then I'm gonna have to start pressing because I don't see what else that could be. No. I felt sure that that was it, though. That's why I keep doing this over and over again, but... It's not that I mean to, like, throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, but, I felt so sure that that was it.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it then. I have to look for something else then. I have to press maybe to get him to say who the guests were or something. Ah, I'm saving! Silly. Well, I have to take a penalty then. I saved instead of reloading. Yeah, take that penalty then. It's alright. I probably have to press on the second and third statements then. One or the other, or maybe both.
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ka! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry is pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. Yeah, well, we've already heard that. We already know all that. There's nothing better than enjoying Gingil cuisine with your friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Like garlic, I guess. If everyone's got garlic breath, then it's not so bad, I suppose. Press. And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the rites due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inme. Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. That gesture. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely at the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachudamal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. Nah, he's happy. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table and it had the exact same time as my watch. It's not good for me. Now, do you understand, lawyer? How am I going to attack his alibi? Maya, what do you... Oh, right. She's kind of busy right now. I can't flick my hair. Ugh, it's too short. What, is there something on my face? No, not at all. I just have to start chipping away at that statement about his alibi.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Karayan itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. Stop doing that, that looks painful. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Well, it seems that I could press everything and that would not amount to anything. Okay, let me save now that I've passed this point. Okay. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Okay. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Enemy's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? I suppose there has to be, otherwise I'm completely screwed. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. Yeah, I guess so. We only really figured out the time of the crime after he was dead, so how did he know? Huh. Yeah. After Abbot in me was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., that means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead, and until very recently, even we didn't know that. When you were still alive. Arrgh! Okay, that was interesting. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that, Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in, purge your mind of grease and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. Sattara. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurayanist prayer. Oh, don't start to try don't start with the racist angle or disrespectful angle. That's all you can ever do. Abbott and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even if when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Record something with it. That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement, and I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Kurayanist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbott and me to continue with his testimony. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here, she has a way of putting me at ease. Yeah, some people do that. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Kurayanist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning lest you invoke the ire of our people. Your people don't need my help, I guess. Okay. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. If you only listen to the recording later, how do you know what time the recording took place? You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to a wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. So she doesn't have an alibi then. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inme. Should I have Abbott Inme add that statement to his testimony? Have him add it, yeah. She might not be innocent then. As you wish. And then.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. After that there was a loud noise. A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealots. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Yeah, I guess so. That can't hurt. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. Okay.
Hold it!
Are you sure she was in the kitchen? What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured hatinsipais and Melton Mott. They are both traditional Koreanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes, the exquisite zest of hatinsipais and the supreme texture of Melton Mott. Lady In Me's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you, it brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. You didn't do anything, it was all your wife. Now once his magistrate and his family had left.
Hold it!
I don't know. You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why the warbat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Okay, that I already pressed on. That I already pressed on. That I haven't pressed on yet. You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zushirai Matami Yoma. Zushirai Matami Yoma. Zushirai Matami Yoma. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zushirai Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Oh, I can't find anything again. Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yeah, you heard the thing, but then you never stopped to go to the rebel hideout? Excuse me. Where is it? There we go. Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body, it was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. There was blood on the ground, so when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. It is just as Abbott and me saw it after the incident. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I need just a little more time. If you insist. Well, I'm gonna go, but thanks for the stream, and I'm happy that I was able to see your reaction to this horror. Well, I would like to finish this case today if I can. I mean, I'm not in a hurry to go to sleep today, but it seems quite long still. But yeah, have a good night, Monica. Thank you for being there and laughing with me at this horror indeed. But yeah, take care of yourself and sweet dreams at least when you get to it. And thank you for being there, as always. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family. Yeah, I need to use the touchscreen in this case. But yeah. Wait a minute. The luminol revealed these. So that means there was blood there after someone went in or something.
Objection!
Abbott in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Yeah? Indeed. If the slab had already been put back in place, he would not know how he died. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealots, but impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. Yeah, but he said that the body was already nowhere to be found, so, yeah, indeed. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. Need I remind you, Abbott in me was with his Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... No, he couldn't have heard it during the trial. He wasn't there. He inferred it after the fact. No, that's not possible either. But hearing it from the real culprit, if the real culprit was another rebel, that might be possible. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. His wife?
It's the one that makes the most sense. I would have thought maybe him as well, but the fact that it was brought up before that and put in light that she had not been seen at the meal kind of proves it, I guess. Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmi at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. By whom? So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But not his wife. Yeah, his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmi might have killed Acolyte Zealot. And he would cover for her, it's his wife after all. You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot, he was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira. Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel? As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmi killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Yikes! You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Utterly impossible. Yeah. Yikes! I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbott and me stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbott and me. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Ah, I completely forgot about that. What does that have to do with anything? Presented to the Replica. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? Satara. I knew this was coming. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Enemy.
What?
Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I.
What, that she was channeling the real Lady Kira?
Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbott, in me. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Witness testimony. Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond an immortal woman. Mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Ah! Maya's ability to channel spirits, it's come back to haunt her. Now is it not time to let it go and move on defense? No, never! I'll never give up! Now what? Think! How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Because she doesn't exist! Because you need the real name of the person to channel that person? Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. Is that something to do with the fact that you have to know the real name? Just like for the seance? Anyway. Excuse me. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. Does she know it? I mean... What, she would have not pronounced the name? Because it's unforgivable?
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret... blah 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 blah. A secret... What? A secret... only revealed within. Okay. Abbott in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. What am I doing? Excuse me. But come on! Why is this happening? For crying out loud. Like this. No, the mask. You need the face of the person. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be! Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think the true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Indy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Yeah, I suppose so. Wait. Thought Mrs. Indy was suspicious. And Mr. A Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have to look again. Wait, what? The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who has been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. Well, the only other person who makes sense is him, I suppose. If he was not a rebel, he was a rebel hunter. The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is PWAA Zealot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. It's not like there were many different profiles to choose from anyway. But the process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmy or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. This is where it gets complicated, though.
Probably not that.
Probably not that either. I'm really not sure. Really think.
Take that!
This, the warning, it is an item that is linked to Lady Kira, so this is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmi, and there is only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmi is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that you heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmi a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? Abbott in me, just what is so comical? Yeah, I do wonder. Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! It's a bit too convenient. In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Actually, let me think of something. But did Maya not lose it at some point? How did we obtain it again? I can't remember how it happened. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's trap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... But that would be the Steel Samurai if it's taiko drums. Takadon don 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 don. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. There are not taiko drums in the... They would be Steel Samurai stuff. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? No! By all means, and let us also return Abbott and me's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
We're not done. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you writhe in defiance of your fate? The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. One that talks about the taiko drums, I guess. But I need to check it again, though, before I present it. It's not taiko drums.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song, and here it is. The theme to the Plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Not taiko drums. Do you see what I mean? Or do you hear what I mean, rather? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it, if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme, because that has taiko drums. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip. Is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. She traded or a watch? Actually, no, you have it backwards. Backwards? That's right, Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Korean, and as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap. And this avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes, and that avid fan is not other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me. Was that ever stated? I don't recall. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then, please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. Details? Ah yes, she has the watch. You know what, until now I didn't notice.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inby and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. Family photo. And what exactly should we're looking at here? A wrist.
Take that!
Okay. Look at Mrs. Inby's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top notch right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Arrgh! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies. Abbott in me. His family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Mrs. Inme had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inme was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your magistrate. Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up until this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes, I will have you know. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. Let's see. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is as you said. And Lady Inme the rebel slew Acolyte Zealot the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in the hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the high priest. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. Maya's testimony. Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the high priest's murder because Zealot's blood is the only thing that makes sense. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the high priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideouts hidden? If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rites, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rites? Set up the scene during it, I guess. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He emptied the spring. He used his own blood? He was ready to die for the cause of the rebels. Concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was Darius himself. It was suicide? Darius' death was a suicide. Dun dun. Okay. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd. Sorry. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. It is as he says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the riot. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. He died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the riot. What? So that means, what does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
He moved the body! But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. I don't know, the arrow, maybe? You know, the arrow, or the statue itself as well? Yeah, because it would have to look... it would have to be a wound that looks like the dagger, I guess. For the forensics to believe that it was the murder weapon. I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Okay, yeah, the real murder weapon is... No, wait, I went past it.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, and its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. Polka! You believe that statue claims both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough?
Believe. No!
Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time PWAA was slain. Her watch, playing the song, is that what it is? Excuse me. Have to check something. Okay. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I just set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Abbot in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. Don't forget it's Maya you're talking about, not actually him. Edgeworth is a Steel Samurai fan, no? I can't remember, maybe? Yeah, although he will not admit it, I suppose. The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there is no need to fear. He's dead! Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inby, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dats's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes, PWAA was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmi. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was PWAA Zealot? Yes, he was a member of the secret police serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police. And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. What a scandal! Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rifa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. Even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Koreanist clergy members received. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? State-sponsored murder. Peace! Now, Lady in me, please continue. it's pretty bad for Raifa because not only is spirit channeling not exclusive to the royal family, but the royal family is corrupt. Ouch! That's 2 heavy blows in one day. PWAA suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Hold it! Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Inmi, are you sure you're alright now? He's dead! I am sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me, I am already dead. Yeah. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Faye's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbat statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor said Maddie. As one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Like this. Take that! The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Kurain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbat statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was a rebel hunting Lady Kira. But, are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If he had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. You're a prosecutor, you should not be encouraging this. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom. It has all been... Poor Raifa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Very well. Hold it! Your benevolence, please allow me to haunt the honor. Okay? Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Even though it isn't a female body, but thank you for everything, I guess. Ah, he put the clothes back on just in case. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. Okay. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. The sandals must be much too small for his feet too. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. It's hard to take this seriously with him looking like this. Maya? Are you alright? Farewell, my darling Tarust. Ah, there she is. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means it didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Ugh, I don't like the sound of that. Now to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty. No confetti. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. I Court of Karayan. Accused lobby. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the whole of justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth, but each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. Infidel! I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Raifa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How? How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel! Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. Food for thought, at least, for her. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Boom! What was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke! We'd better go check it out. Hurry! Mrs. Inmee! Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Huh? Huh? What? Holy shit! She's Lady Kira? I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inmee, we gotta hurry! That voice. Is that Mr. a rebel? I must tell the people they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. The explosion was to help her escape. Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Ha! Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. But they're right, though. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought. But I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'll make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the plumed Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. You think now is the time to talk about that? I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. And that's the end of another case, I guess. That's what I was going for. Excellent. That way we can get started on the next one tomorrow. Turnabout Storyteller. That'll be the next one. Let's watch the intro, but we'll watch it again tomorrow anyway.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
He was eating imaginary noodles with a fan? What was that about? Shisho's dead. No, do you think he did it? Oh no. If he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. May 13, 9:45 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 6. What the heck? Okay, I'll stop here then. Thank you for watching, people. I'll be back tomorrow at night, like today, and we'll get started on this case then. We'll see how long it is. I'm not sure, but we'll try to at least make some good progress through it tomorrow. See you next time then, and again, thank you for watching. Have a good one. Bye-bye.